My name is Mohana Murali. I'm a certified cloud solution architect in AWS, and I also am a CellStrat research intern. So today we will be going through the usage of SageMaker for our ML model deployments. As in CellStrat, we are more focused on developing ML and DL models, right? But then finally, at some point in time, we need to also deploy them and then start using them. So that is where the cloud comes into picture, where our models can be hosted. So there are various ways to do the hosting of models, which we'll go through later. So I'll be covering more of a service called SageMaker from AWS today. Okay, so before we jump start, all of us need to create a AWS account. Those of you who have already a AWS account and are okay with the billing amount for today's usage, you can ignore this. Others who want to use AWS free tier and who are going to do it, let us start it now. So are you able to see my screen? Can you see my screen? Can you hear me, team? Okay, so go to Google and say create an AWS account. So you will be taken to any of these links you can click. So let us say that I'm clicking on this create account link. No, 1 minute. So you can click on create a free account. Please don't hesitate to ping me if you are not able to get this link. Please provide your email address, a password, a confirm password, and the AWS account name. You can give any name for this account, some code name, because some people might be having a couple of accounts, a professional account, educational account, etc. You can give any name here and then you can click on continue. So I will wait for a minute here so that you can do all those things. The first one, the email address, is the email address which you want to use for all the communication by AWS. Okay, I'm publishing the URL. I'm publishing the URL. There is a question. So a professional or personal, you can take anything. You can even put your name. The AWS account name is just for a way for you to identify your account. If you have multiple accounts, etc., it is just for a way for you to identify. You can put anything there in the account name. RuPay cards are not accepted. I think so. That might be a limitation with AWS signing of accounts. Probably you may have to use a credit card, debit card. Okay. The next question is, if I have an existing AWS account, can I use this or create a new account? Uh, if you have an existing AWS account, you can definitely continue using. Today's usage might be around $10 or less than that, which your account will be charged. If you don't want any charges and if you want to work with SageMaker, then I think you should try a new account. Also, in your existing AWS account, if you have never used SageMaker, I think you can continue using your existing AWS account. There will be some minimal charges for usage of S3, but you can still continue using your existing AWS account. Next question. Amazon Internet Service Private Limited accounts are not currently supported. No, you should not be getting any of those type of errors. I'm very surprised. Give me a minute. So maybe I'll repeat again how to proceed for the free tier. Maybe go to Google, say so you should be able to see AWS free tier if you so just type AWS free tier sign up and then maybe 1 minute. I'll copy this link. So now click on create a free account. So team, do any of you still have a problem with all the error messages that some of you encountered? Yeah, there is a question, basic plan should be selected. Yes, it is, but please do wait until we go to the page. Okay, assuming that none of us are having any more problems, let us continue. So if you have provided your email address, password, confirmed your password and given a name for your account, right? Please click on continue. So it will be asking you whether it is professional or personal. I'm sorry, I'm not able to uh, show the screen. You can choose personal. You can give your full name, your phone number, and all your personal details you can provide. There is a question. Is PAN card mandatory? No, it's not mandatory. If you don't want to give your PAN card number, you can skip it. So then you can we go to the payment section now? Okay, assuming the case that okay, there is a question. Is there any free tier limits? We will soon get into those limits now once we sign up for the AWS account. Okay. Once you provide your credit card or debit card, yes, it will be asking you that amount of 2 rupees will be charged to your card. That is correct. But this amount will be debited back to your account in a couple of days, maybe 4 to 5 days, or in a week. This amount will be credited back to your account. This is just to check that this card is valid. AWS is able to transact, because in the future, when we use the account, right, for resources, we might be billed, and AWS wants to make sure that this is a valid card, it can transact, etc. This is a normal procedure done by many of the vendors, not just AWS. So please accept that fact. So you can skip your plan. So have we all come to a plan page? So if you are shown, select a support plan. If you are in the plan page, please choose the basic plan, which is free. So for our educational purpose, because we are trying to understand, please choose basic plan. So now you will be shown a page for signing into the console. Please click on sign into the console. Where you have to provide your email address and the password. So it is called as root account. Let it be the case. So are you able to sign into the console now? Maybe I will also go through that now. So let's say, okay, there is a question, will there be auto debit post 12 months? No, there is no auto debit, etc. If we use a service, then that particular month billing, our card will be charged. There is nothing like auto debit. If we don't use the account for anything, if we don't have any data stored, then there won't be any debit. Otherwise, when we use some services, we'll get a bill from AWS for that month, and then there will be auto debit. Okay, there is an error that states AWS account with the sign-in information does not exist. Hope that you are given the proper email and password. You should be able to get inside the console. Let's say I sign out. Okay. So click on sign into the console. So please choose root user as I told you, and put a email address that you gave. So in my case, the browser remembers the password. So, and I'm able to sign in. Is there anyone still not able to get into the console until now? So we will give 1 more minute for the all of you to get into the management console. Okay. So assuming that you have got into the AWS console. Okay, I'm seeing some more questions. Great. I think almost everybody have got into the console. That is what I'm seeing. Great. Okay, then let's move on. So you will be seeing your account name that you selected, right? This is a test account that I gave, which is there. And you will be seeing something called a region. Right now, I am in a region called North Virginia, which is called as US East 1. Okay, so in AWS, a region is nothing but a collection of 2 or more availability zones. So what happens with the cloud deployments is that you need to get high availability for all your resources and applications, right? So even if one availability zone is gone, the next availability zone is there to protect. Typically, a region might even have 3 or more availability zones. So I have chosen North Virginia region. There will be slight differences in the resource cost between regions. So you can choose any of the regions. You can choose Tokyo, you can choose Mumbai, you can choose US, you can choose any of the regions. But remember to use the same region for all your resources. I started using US East region, and that is the reason I'm always using US East. But there is no compulsion. You can use the other regions. But sometimes some resources or services may not be available in some of the regions. So maybe for this particular day, right today, let all of us use this US East 1 region. Okay. Okay. So there is a question. I already have the account. How do we know whether it costs me now or not? So if you have an account and if you had used AWS SageMaker before, then definitely you will be charged. In that case, what I would suggest is that probably you can go through the session. If you don't want to be charged, please do not create the resources. You can just go through whatever is happening today. And one more thing, if within your free tier account, if you have never used AWS SageMaker, then it will still be free. I'll be going through that in the next 1 minute. Okay, so we were in the region. So please be careful with the region. So for today's demo and workshop, we'll use US East 1 region. Okay. So now let us also understand about this AWS free tier plans and everything. If you are not use SageMaker, then I think you should be able to use it for free. So as I told you before, there are 3 types of offers given by AWS. One is called always free. So this always free means that for existing users, for new users, for everyone, there is some part of AWS services that are always free. The next one is 12 months free. This means that from the time you sign up for 12 months, you are given some additional benefits. So all of you today who are signed in with AWS will be getting into this 12 months free thing. And there is something called trials. These trials, they start from the date you activate a particular service. Let us say that today you signed up, you got 12 months free, but you don't use SageMaker for a month, let us say. You did not even create any models, nothing. After 1 month, you start using SageMaker. Then for the next 2 months, that is until the end of third month, SageMaker will be free. Let us say that you started using SageMaker after 1 month, 10 days. Then for 3 months, 10 days, the SageMaker, some part of SageMaker service will be free. Now, how do we know what part of the things are free, what is not free? Is provided in this link. Okay, so I will put this link in our page, and we'll also go through a little bit of that today. Okay, so now in this page, you can say, let us take one of the tires, right? Let us see what is free for us in the first 12 months. So this means that every month we can use 750 hours of Amazon compute, which is nothing but your, you can call it as your CPU or whatever it is with the OS. Okay, but then please be careful. You can only use an instant type which is T2 micro or T3 micro. Okay, so if we use any other instance type, then you will be charged. So similarly, you can store 5 GB of storage in S3. S3 is the storage in Amazon. So I don't want to go through all these services. So why I came to the screen is that for you to understand what is provided in a free tier. So maybe later after the session, you can definitely go through and understand what are the things that will be free for you in the free tier time. Please be very careful whenever they say like this instance type. This is very, very important, because if you think that you have got 750 hours of compute free, but you use a different instance, then you will be charged. Okay, now let us see what is always free. So Amazon DynamoDB is a NoSQL service, which is very quick in responding for user requests. So 25 GB of Amazon Dynamo's GB storage is always free, both for existing customers and for new customers. So this free tier gives you around 200 million requests per month as free. Okay, so I don't want to go deeper into DynamoDB, just wanted to show you. So this free tier also gives 1 million Lambda requests free, etc. Okay, so now let us go to trials. I'll click on trials. So I think SageMaker luckily is the first one that is shown in the trials. What do we see here? So maybe please remember 250 hours of P2 medium notebook. Maybe I would suggest that please copy the instance types somewhere to your notepads, because when we create it, we would use those instance types which are free for us. Okay. So what this says is that we can use 250 hours of T2 medium notebook for the first 2 months free. So I think most of us would have used Jupyter for our machine learning purposes, right? So here for the SageMaker Jupyter notebook, 250 hours of T2 medium instance is free. Though here it says T2 medium, please prefix YAML dot before the name, because all the SageMaker instances are prefixed by YAML dot, ML dot, and 50 hours of YAML dot M4 dot Xlarge for training, and 125 hours of YAML dot M4 dot Xlarge for hosting. Okay, so please note these instance types because it will be useful later. Let me see whether we have any questions in this regard now. I don't want to go for any other free trial things, because I think this is of our utmost importance to us, and we have seen it.
So, what are the instance types once again, just quickly?
Yeah, maybe I'll copy paste. Give me a minute. ML dot M2 dot medium. I'm pasting in the chat window for building. I have a trouble in the chat window. 1 minute. ML dot M4 dot Xlarge for training. This is only 50 hours. ML dot M4 dot Xlarge for hosting. This is 125 hours per month for each month. In the sense, for the first 2 months of usage. Okay, so here if you see, there are 3 things that we are seeing. One is building, which is nothing but the notebook where you run your code to build the models. Okay. The second one that you are seeing is for training, the instance type that you use to train your model. The first one is your Jupyter notebook instance that you use to build the model. The second one is the instance type that is used, the SageMaker instance type that is used for training our model. The third one is, once the model is trained, it has to be deployed, right? This 125 hours of ml.m4.xlarge can be used for hosting the model for the first 2 months for free. So is this clear with everyone of this free trial usage? Okay, so there are a couple of more questions. Let me answer that before I move on. Post 2 months, what is the charge? So yeah, okay, let me take you to the screen. Okay, how do we go to the screen? So I will also tell how do we go to the screen. Type AWS free tier plans in Google. So you will get the first link. I'll also put the copy link location here. That window. I have pasted the link in the chat window. So if you click on that link, you will go to the free tier link, which we saw, right? Where we selected one by one. The next question that somebody has asked is, how do I know what are the charges? Okay. So again, we can go to the pricing in the same thing. Okay. So maybe let's say cost Amazon SageMaker. I am typing the link here again, which provides the cost information. So let me also take you to that page. So the SageMaker pricing page is displayed. So hope you are able to go to that page. Maybe I'll go to the chat window. So then scroll down. You have to, if you see here, you are seeing 4 things. One is building, as we discussed right now, right? Building is where you run your code in the Jupyter notebook. That is what is called building. The next thing is processing. Let us say that you are also using your instances for pre-processing your data. Before even we train our models, sometimes we also do pre-processing of our data. So this processing is the pre-processing. The next one is model training, which is to train your models, and the fourth one is model deployment. If you see in our free trials usage, we got only for building, model training, and deployment. We did not get for processing. And next, you have to choose the region. So for our demo workshop today, we chose US East, right? So I'll go here. So it tells very clearly. As you can see, all the SageMaker instances are prefixed by ML dot to indicate that this is used for SageMaker. So you can see the price per hour for everything. So let us say that you want to see for Mumbai region, India region. Again, you have to select the region to your left. Then you have to see for which phase you are interested in, whether it is building, processing, or all. You can expand everything if you want to. And you can proceed. So for each of the services, either you can go through the console pricing, or you just say pricing Amazon and the service name. You can go to the pricing screen. Let's see whether we have any other questions. Okay, are SageMaker cheaper than EC2 instances? So it definitely depends for what is the purpose, because SageMaker instances we will not be running them for all the time. And one more thing, there is a clear definition put by Amazon. If we have to use SageMaker, we cannot use normal EC2 instances. We have to use only the SageMaker instances. We have no other option there. So we have to use SageMaker instances. Maybe that is a business strategy by Amazon. Some of the things are comparable. Some things might be cheaper. Some things might be costlier. I don't have the data sheet with me, but we don't have an option. We can only use SageMaker ML instances when working with SageMaker service. I will wait for 1 or 2 minutes for any other questions before we proceed for setting up a billing alarm. I was muted and I was talking. Okay, what is the meaning of ml.t2.medium in terms of CPU and memory? So that also we can find out. Say if you want to know the components, right? I think the easier way is just we Google it. Say for example, ml.t2.medium, right? AWS. Okay, so if you see in the screen here, how many CPUs are there, how much is the memory, everything is present. So you can understand from this page. So I would suggest that just Google it out for each of the instance types, etc. You will get the answer very easily. So now let me go. There is again another question. So, okay, so do we need to use same account or different account for SageMaker? No, one single AWS account is sufficient for using both SageMaker and EC2 instance. Are we supposed to choose an instance now? No, we will not do that now. We will go through when I go through the workshop. So this is a hands-on workshop where I will be discussing with you how to proceed. So do not worry about anything. Do not choose any instance, nothing. You don't need to do anything. Just follow along with me in the workshop and we are good. Will the recording be available? I think the organizer should be taking a call for this. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, yes, we are recording the session.
Okay. Assuming that we are good. So, okay. Assuming that we are good, let me go to the next section, which is also more important so that we will not have any headaches later. Any guesses from audience? What I would be covering now before I jump on to SageMaker? Any guess? Okay. So what I'm going to do is that I am going to set up a billing alarm. See, the most important thing that we need to do before jumping onto any work is that we create a billing alarm so that when we exceed some usage, we get an email. I think there are also there might be SMS connectors, etc. I have never explored it. So I always set up a billing alarm using my email. I will show it now. So I would suggest that all of the members today, please set up your billing alarm so that sometimes what happens is that one of my friends initial learning times, he had forgot to stop the SageMaker endpoint, which is a deployed endpoint, and it was a very large instance, which was $4 per hour. After 2 days, when he went to his billing dashboard somewhat, accidentally he saw something around $80 or $90 and he was totally shocked. Then he had to write to customer support. I think he succeeded there. I don't know whether he succeeded with 50% discount, but it is a very difficult process. Sometimes AWS team might not accept if you say sorry, I did not use it, but I just kept it on. You can check the records, etc. AWS team typically does not accept it. So I would suggest that you create a billing alarm without fail. Now, let's do that now. So in your AWS console, if you don't find this billing right now, you can type billing. So if you see, your recently visited services are always listed here. If you don't find your service, so type billing. So you'll be able to see billing. Click on billing. If you see, already I used 1.54 INR for some of my usages. Okay, so let's first create a alarm. So please go to budget. Click on budget. I already have something called a monthly AWS budget setup. So it is a cost budget. And what I told is that my budget is $1 because I wanted to keep the amount very less. And my alarm is if I use 80% of my budget, please send me an email. Okay, so we will create a budget now so that it becomes easier. So please click on create budget. So we are interested more in the cost budget. Some organizations might be interested in usage budget, reservation, etc. Let us not get into all those things. For our personal use, we are more interested in a cost budget. So please choose cost budget, which is the default selected one, and click on set your budget. You can give any name here. So let's say monthly too. And please choose monthly. Don't choose quarterly or annually. Please choose monthly. And please choose recurring budget, which is the default thing. Go with the default values. Start month is this month. Please choose fixed, which is the right one. And then please choose a budget amount. I would suggest choose a small amount like $1. Don't go more than that. Some people choose $10 and then they say what should be the cost and everything. So choose $1 and then go for config. And then go for configure your alerts. So here you see something called a alert threshold. When I say 80, it means that whenever I have used 80% of $1, which is $0.8, please send me an email. And you can give your primary email. It can be any email, but please give the same account email, right? So that it makes your life easier to manage everything at one place. Click on add email contact. So, and then you can say confirm budget. I'm not going to do that because I already created a budget. I'm not going to do that. So put a alert value, put a email value, and then click on confirm budget. So you will be able to see your budget in the budget screen. Okay, I think there are questions about alerts. Now I think I have answered the alerts part. I hope everybody is clear. Because this is an important section, if you have any other questions, please ask now. Otherwise, we'll move on. The confirm tab will be disabled if you don't use the threshold, etc. You have to fill in all the details. Then you will be able to create the budget and alert. This is applicable for all the AWS services, not for one single service, for all the AWS services together. So the budget alarm will not stop any of the AWS services. The budget alarm just states that you have exceeded the threshold limit that you have specified. So it is up to the user or developer or engineer to go and stop the AWS services. What will happen if I exceed the limit? If we exceed the budget limit, still AWS will proceed charging. This is just a way to inform us that we are exceeding our budget, nothing else. Okay, not being able to create a budget as it is asking for a budget subscription. Okay, I will go through one more time for creation of budget. Please listen carefully. So click on budgets. you will be shown create budget. So please choose cost budget. Click on set your budget. Give a name, say ABC, whatever it is, a meaningful name. Please choose all the default values: monthly, recurring budget, start month, a fixed budget amount, etc. Okay. And then you have to tell the budget amount. Until that, configure alerts will not be enabled. So you have to select the budget amount. Until that, configure alerts will not be enabled. So once you chose the amount, configure alerts gets enabled. Here again, please choose the default values, actual cost, and please choose a threshold. Here it means that if I exceed 80% of $1 usage, which is $0.8, I should get a mail. So until we type the email, confirm budget will not get enabled. So once you choose the threshold and the contact, you will get the confirm budget enabled. Okay, in my case, I'm not going to confirm because I already have a budget set up. So I think we are good with this budgets. Let me check for questions. Otherwise, we'll move on to the next section. Option to create a budget. No, you should definitely see an option to create the budget. I'm not sure why you are not seeing it. If you are not seeing it, go from the beginning again. Say billing. Click on budget. And to your right, you should be able to see create budget. So I will give 1 more minute for team to complete the budget part, and then we'll start with the actuals now. Sorry, I was on mute. Confirm budget is disabled if you are not giving the threshold or email. Until the confirm budget will not be enabled. If you are given both, then confirm budget should be enabled. Okay, maybe I'll go. Sorry, this is a very important section. I'll go one more time. Please follow carefully. Click on billing services. You will be seeing budgets. Click on create budget. You will see cost budget. Click on set your budget. Give a name. Let all the default values be as it is. Give a amount. So you should be able to see configure alerts, give a threshold, give your email, then you will be able to see confirm budget. Unless otherwise you give a threshold and your email contact, you will not be seeing this confirm budget.
Some people are getting this error, budget subscription needed.
No, but ideally I never seen this error before, so that looks odd to me. Just a minute, maybe let me check it, because I never got this error before. Let's see that maybe together. I don't even see this error. That looks very odd. Are you choosing anything other than an email like a SMS topic, etc.? Then you might be getting an error probably. Please choose just email for now. Don't choose any other options. Probably the team is trying to choose some other options than what is what we went through. Because if we use some SNS topics and all, we may have to subscribe and then get it. So that might be the reason that the error is coming.
The error screenshot was shared on AI Lab global group. You can check that.
Okay, 1 minute. No, first of all, one thing I want to ask, like, a team is trying to do it in the free tier account right now, right? So then we should not have a problem. So let me go to the, can you send me the link to see the screenshot?
It's in WhatsApp.
WhatsApp, okay. 1 minute. Okay, so it says learn more about budget subscriptions here. Can please click on the budget subscriptions, or somebody show your screen where I can take a control and understand, because I have never seen this sort of an error until now.
Guna, you are the presenter now. Show the error. Guna Shekhar, you can show the error. Yeah, go ahead. Show
So
the
I
error.
was using phone. I'm just logging in the laptop. Just give me 1 minute.
Oh, you are using phone. Okay, sorry. Okay, then it won't work.
Yeah. So I'm just logging in my laptop. So I'll just share there.
Okay. Avni, I'll make you presenter. Avni, you are presenter now. We can hear you as well. So would you like to show your screen? Avni? Avni, you are presenter now. You can click on show screen and show us the error happen. Okay.
Are you able to see the screen? I'm not able to see the screen.
Mohan, you are the presenter now.
Okay, so can I continue? Because I think, are all the people getting this error or only a couple of people are getting this error?
Only 2 reports so far.
Okay, because I never seen this, first of all, this type of error for a budget. Okay, maybe for the people who get the errors, right, probably we can try it offline separately. But please remember that this is a very important thing that needs to be set. Otherwise, on a daily basis or every time after your usage, you have to go to the billing dashboard to find out how much cost has been incurred until now. So as you can see my screen right now, right? The billing section, the billing dashboard gives how much money has been spent by me until now. And I will not get the alarm because still I have not come to 0.8. I have only used $0.02 until now. My threshold is 80% of $1, which is 0.8. Until that, I will not get the email. But if I want to know, I can anytime come to the billing dashboard
Hi
and see
Mohan,
the
can you share the screen?
Oh, is it? My screen is not shared. Okay, 1 minute. Sharing.
Yeah,
Can you see
now
my?
we can.
Great,
Yeah.
great. Sorry. Okay. So as you see, right now I consumed 1.54 INR, which is $0.02. I will not get a notification until I use $0.8. But that does not mean that I should not come to billing section. Always, if you want to be careful, you can always come into the billing section and see how much amount has been spent by you for using the resources. So now with these things, I think we'll close the billing section, because why I gave importance is that all of us should be very careful with the cost. That is the reason we came to this section. So let us move on. So I'm going to take a PPT presentation. Just give a minute, then I'll share my screen. So this is one of the presentations that I gave last time. So I will walk through very quickly some of the key pointers. So for machine learning, we can definitely use normal EC2 instances, and then we can create our models, which is very, very primitive. Because the reason being that if we create our models in normal EC2 instances, if we move to new instances, etc., we have to do all the work again. To save the work, we can definitely use containers where we can put our images. Fargate is another service from AWS, which is even more better to utilize. But I think I will not cover Fargate in this presentation because I think that it is already taking time. The last one is SageMaker, which is an advanced service from AWS for deploying, training, learning, etc. for machine learning. Okay. So when we use SageMaker, let us very clearly understand the fact that it is cloud native. What we mean by cloud native is that when we move to a different cloud, the exact service will not be available. If we are using a EC2 compute instance or a storage instance, etc., definitely in Google Cloud Azure, it will be there. But when we use a service like SageMaker, equivalent service will be there in Google and Azure, etc. But you will not have the same type of features, etc. Right? There will be a lot of differences. That is what we call as cloud native. Now, for our learning purposes, we do not have any problem in using a cloud native solution. And also, cloud native solutions make it very easy to deploy your solutions very, very quickly. And they are also easier to maintain. So even though SageMaker is a cloud native solution, when you have your images in Docker, you can definitely move to other clouds very quickly. It is not going to take a lot of efforts. We should remember that fact. But please remember, SageMaker is a cloud native service. It is not a cloud agnostic service. So SageMaker comes with a plethora of services. So that is how each of the AWS services come with. First, they start with as a simple service. Then they keep on adding features which become sub-services or sub-components. So SageMaker has a labeling service called SageMaker Ground Truth. So I don't think we should go through these things also in more detail. So this is just for an understanding. This studio is an IDE for developing models. Then the SageMaker notebook is the one we'll be using today to put our code and build our models. AWS Marketplace is the place where you can pay money and get some algorithms, Docker containers, some special deep learning containers, etc. I think that's sufficient for our cases today. So we will be mostly using the SageMaker notebooks today. So this is what we see here is the typical cycle for training a model. We get the data, fetch, we clean the data, prepare. This is pre-processing. We train the model and evaluate the model whether it is fit for deployment purpose. If it is fit for deployment purpose, we deploy to production, and then we keep on monitoring the model. Right, at some point in time, there might be a model drift, meaning the model is not performing as expected. So when we see that the model is not performing as expected, we may retrain, we may do so many other things. So this is a typical model life cycle. And SageMaker can be used for the whole model life cycle. And SageMaker comes with a lot of options. Say, for example, if you have your own algorithm, right? Most of us will be having our own algorithms. Yes, we can bring it. Let us say that I have my container. I already have a container. Yes, you can bring your own container. Somebody says that I already tried in Colab. I worked for 10 days. I worked for 6 months. My model is really very good. Can I come to AWS now? Yes, you can. You can bring your saved model and then start from there. So this is one of the reasons for Amazon SageMaker to be very powerful. It does not give you any condition. You can bring your own script, right? Your training, building all those scripts. You can bring your own containers. With, let us say that your algorithm needs some special Python libraries, some earlier versions, later versions, etc. So you can bring your own container. You can define your container. You can put the requirements in the Docker requirements file, and you can bring your own container. You can bring your trained models. So let us say that you do not want to do any of those things. SageMaker also has a list of pre-built algorithms. For many purposes, SageMaker has a lot of algorithms pre-built. You can use them. You can use those algorithms, put your logic, build a container. Our SageMaker also comes up with a lot of pre-built containers, deep learning containers. You can use those containers. Or let us say that you want to start with the SageMaker container, but you want to extend it further because for your requirements, you need a special library that is not present in this container. So you can extend a pre-built container. So if you see here, that is one of the reasons that SageMaker is extremely powerful, that it gives you all the possible options. The idea is that it does not tell, hey, you can only do this. What it says is that whichever stage you are, whether you are already built the model, whether you have a container, whether you are at the starting stage, you only have the algorithm, whichever stage you are, you come to me and then you can use me. That is the model provided by SageMaker. So we go to the next one. So I think from the time I wrote this and the time I see, many things have changed. So if you see, I think we had that 1 minute. Let me see the instances that are free. Is it same or different? Okay, see, if you see here, I put m5.xlarge or m4.xlarge. I think they have removed this m5.xlarge from the free tier as of today, right? That we saw. This is not there. Only ml.m4.xlarge is available. And similarly, I think it does not even allow T3 medium notebooks. It only allows T2 medium notebooks. Whatever we saw as of today, right? I think the free tier limits sometimes get changed. And please prefix ml here. So these are the free tier limits that we saw. Okay. So next we will be covering some of these things in the hands-on workshop today. I'm just giving a high-level view. So as you know, SageMaker is a service, and to use the service, Amazon has provided a high-level SDK, which is called as SageMaker Python SDK. Okay. So we have a lot of abstractions provided by SageMaker. 4 abstractions are given here: estimators, models, predictors, and transformers. So this is SageMaker lingo. Estimator is nothing but all the methods that we use for training. Model, anyway, we all understand. It's all to save the model, deploy the model, etc. We'll be using the APIs associated with models. Next is predictor. This also we can understand to a certain extent, because when we do real-time inferences, we call them as prediction, right? The fourth one is a transformer, which we may not understand. This is a SageMaker lingo for doing batch transformations. So there are 2 ways to use your model. One is real time, where you want your model to be very fast and the model should respond. Let us say that we are in the shopping cart, right? Where we order some groceries or some clothes or etc. Right? So here, our we should be shown the web page very quickly with what we would like, right? Our options and etc. So in those cases, we'll be using predictors. In the sense, in the backend, predictors will be used to find the options that user will like. Let us say that we don't want anything real time. We are okay with doing offline computations. This is for a different use case. This is not for a live use case. Let us say that we are sending some brochures to users, customized brochures to users, giving their preferences. So the company might be mailing once in a month all the things for each users, right? So they can use a batch model where the instance, the machine learning model can run. The preferences for many users can be generated in the backend without any real-time inferences, and then they can be finally saved and sent to users. So we call it as a batch transformer or transformer in SageMaker language. Apart from what we see here, there are two more terms. One is called a processor, which is for all the pre-processing jobs. And the final one is something called a session. A session is the one which is needed to work with all these 5 resources. So whatever we do, it has to be in the context of a session. Okay, so we start a SageMaker session and then work with all the resources, estimators, models, predictors, transformers, or processes. Or maybe let me see whether there are any questions, and then again I'll proceed. Okay, I think we can talk about Fargate in a different time, because I think uh, we're already running out of time. So we will take a separate session for those things. Okay, I'll tell about transformers. Transformers are for the case when we don't want to do real-time inferences. Let us say that we want to get the user preferences offline, and then we send the user preferences by email, saying that you might be interested in all these things. Some of us might be using Medium, right? I think most of you might be a member of Medium blogs or whatever it is. So what happens is that on a daily basis, let us say that you are using the web, right, searching for some technicalities. Then if you are a member of a Medium, you will daily get an email. Now this email, there will be a couple of items. So which will be shown. It says that Mohana Murali, you will be interested, will you be interested in these items? So such things don't need a real-time inference. So they can be generated offline. So what Medium might be doing is that they'll be using machine learning models to generate the recommendations offline, and then once in a day send it to the users. So in those cases, we'll use batch transform. In the case of predictors, it is a real-time lively inference. Okay. How to become AWS Cloud Architect? I think definitely we'll take a different session where we'll cover the basic things, how to become architect, etc. Okay, so I will move on. So what are the benefits that we get out of a SageMaker using the SageMaker service? So some of them are listed here. So we get, once we say deploy, we get a REST endpoint. Okay, so I easily get, when I say deploy, nothing else I need to do. I can get a REST endpoint for contacting the model. And I can also define some rules. If a model is being used more than 80%, do auto scaling. And similarly, I can also have automatic load balancing. So if there are 2 or 3 instances, I don't need to specify a separate load balancer. I can use the associated load balancer provided by SageMaker, which is even under the hoods. It is not even shown to us, which will send the request to the various models that are deployed. So these are some of the key benefits that we get by using a SageMaker deployments. Automatically the scaling, load balancing, getting a REST endpoint, and blue-green deployments. So I think most of you who are into deployments know about blue-green deployment, right? Let us say your model is working fine, and then you have a new model. So you want to know how the new model is working. So what you do is that if you have 100 requests, you send 20% of the request to the new model, 80% of the request can be sent to the old model. If the new model behaves in the right way, slowly increase more requests to the new model, and at some point in time return the old model. Okay, so all these things are easily done by SageMaker. We have something called routing or desired weights, where we can say to which model how much request should go, etc. It is really very configurable. We don't need to do anything additional from our end to do these blue-green deployments. So as I told you, when we go to cloud native services, we'll have lot of such benefits. If we had done it as an agnostic, right? If we have used our own EC2 instances or containers, right? We have to do all these things by ourselves. We have to load balance. We have to keep a monitor to see how our models are being used. Auto scale. See, but understand one thing: these are not useful for our personal learnings. These are more for industrial deployments, real-time deployments. These things are really, really very important. Of course, for our personal learning, REST endpoint is very important. But otherwise, these are more about normal standard deployments in the cloud. So I'm just showing two of the possible uses here. There are a lot of possible ways. So assuming a typical way by which the batch transform is done, right? I told about the Medium blog, right? Let us say that Medium has 1 million users, and Medium collects the browsing requests of 1 million users, and then there is an offline job in Medium that pushes all these 1 million requests into a S3 bucket. Now a Lambda function, don't worry about this Lambda, etc. A function gets triggered that calls the SageMaker batch transform, and then the recommendations for user browsing habits can be put in another S3 bucket. Now Medium can use this S3 bucket and send emails to users the next day saying, users, these are the technical blocks that you might be interested in. This is for a batch transform. For a real-time transform, you can take any use case, right? Like our Amazon shopping cart or Grofers shopping cart or anything, right? Where once a user logs in, users' preferences can be got and then it has to be sent. So this has to be real quick. So this shows a typical invocation where the client application can be a browser, it can be a mobile device, etc. The preferences go through an API gateway. Don't worry about this Lambda API gateway, etc. We'll cover it. And then finally, it hits the model endpoint. From the model endpoint, the model is contacted. The responses are again given back. And here you see a load balancer because there are 3 models deployed here. 3 instances of the models are deployed here, and there is also auto scaling defined. Let us say that we can have an auto scaling rule which states that if 80% is used, please create one more instance, etc. Okay, so these are some examples of typical invocations. So I will not cover this. This is more of a step functions also can be used for model deployments, but today we will not cover this. So we'll go through a demo where we'll go through one batch transform, and if we have one time, we'll also go through a live inference part. So these are the 2 things that we'll go through today. So let me see. So with this, I complete the PPT presentation, and we'll go to the live hands-on workshop. Let me go to the questions now, if you have anything. Yeah, question is, do you mean to say that SageMaker deployments provide all the features automatically? Yes. Okay, can you please show the first 3-4 slides? Okay, 1 minute, I'll go through that. Yes, all these features are given automatically. Of course, we have to configure them. Say, for example, auto scaling is a feature provided, but we have to configure saying if 80% of the instances are utilized or 90% are utilized, please create one more instance. This is provided by default. This is provided by default. This we have to do some work. We have to put new model. We have to tell the weight to do the blue-green deployment, but otherwise it is pretty easy. So this blue-green deployment, sometimes people spend a couple of days to make it smooth. But with SageMaker, within minutes, we can do blue-green deployments very easily without the user even seeing, without the even knowing that the models are being switched and everything, etc. Okay, so somebody wanted me to show the first 3-4 slides. So this is about the various options. I don't want to cover more because I think we are running out of time. So what I wanted to say is that this is the most primitive when we use EC2 instance. Containers, at least we can exchange between platforms. Fargate is one of the service provided by Amazon to work with containers. And SageMaker is an advanced service provided by Amazon for making your ML deployments. So this is about ECS and Fargate. I don't want to cover in this discussion. This is about how we develop using Fargate. This also I do not want to cover because these are different topics which will take its own time. And I think from here we covered all the slides anyway, completely. Okay, it's good that we covered all the questions until now. Let's go to the practical workshop. Before which I want to ask a question. Do you need a break of 5-10 minutes? Do is use SageMaker to do a batch transformation. So batch transformation is an offline use case where the model that is getting built is used offline. So I just went to one of the Git repositories, pulled out some code, and then build the model. So we'll go through the same steps. Even though we pull the code from the Git repository, this is one of the AWS Git repositories for building your model, samples given by AWS. I just chose this example because you can also write your own logic and then you can also build the model. So that is why I chose that example. Now let us get into the SageMaker. So whenever you want to go to a service in AWS, just click on the services and see whether the service you want is listed to your left hand side or in the, sometimes you might see at the bottom also. If your service is not there, just type it. So in our case, we are going to work with.
Can you show your screen?
Oh, okay. I think okay. Now can you see my screen?
Yeah. Thank you.
Great. So this is called the services dashboard in AWS. Because there are too many services provided by Amazon, right? These services keep on increasing every 6 months or every 3 months. These services keep on increasing. It is very difficult to find a service of interest. The frequently used services are to your left. So in our case, we are going to use Amazon SageMaker, which is shown. But let us say that it is not shown here. You can always type. You don't need to type Amazon SageMaker. You can even say Sage. And then it will come. And then you can choose. So this is the SageMaker dashboard. So every service has a dashboard. And what we are seeing here is a SageMaker dashboard. So the various sub-services of SageMaker are shown to your left, like the labeling jobs, the notebooks, the training jobs, the inference jobs, etc. So first we will go for building a model. Once we build a model, we'll go and see the training job, how it goes, etc. So to build a model, we definitely need to write code. And in our case, we'll be using a Jupyter notebook. That is where click on notebook instances. By the way, people who want to, there are two options. One is that you just see the way it is happening. The other one is a hands-on, where you can also do the instructions that I type. So I will keep on putting the instructions in the chat window so that you can copy paste and you can proceed. So click on notebook instances. Okay. So all the notebooks that you have will be listed here. For example, here I have an instance called test. Okay. So, but rather in your case, this should be empty because this is the first time you are creating. So click on create notebook instance. You can choose any name. Let me call it as batch job. This is very important again. ml.t2.medium. Please remember, if you want to use the 250 hours free for the first 2 months, you have to use this instance type. Of course, there are many other instances, but they will all cost money. So please choose ml.t2.medium. This is very, very important. Okay. So once you have chosen that instance type, you can, so I already had a role, but you can create a new role. I'll go back. I'll show you the screen again. You give a name for the notebook. You tell the instance type. Then you go to the role where you can say create a new role. And then you can say any S3 bucket. Let us choose the default options. Maybe in a separate session, I will tell more about all these things. But right now, let us choose any S3 bucket and you say create role. Okay, a role in Amazon lingo provides a set of permissions. So Amazon has a service called identity and access management, where we have users, roles, and permissions. Maybe I'll just quickly go there for a minute. So a group is nothing but a collection of users and rights and permissions. Users are normal users. Roles is nothing but a collection of policies, and the policy gives the rights that you can use on an Amazon resource. I think this IAM itself is a very big session. So let us not get deeper into that. For today's session, just please follow the instructions. The role we see here is nothing but the IAM role, the identity and access management role, which gives certain permissions for the notebook to run. So say create role. A new role called Amazon SageMaker execution role has been created. Please remember this execution role name, or you can always get it. So in your case, you will be also finding some similar name. Maybe this timestamp might be slightly different, but finding a similar name. But this role is only visible to your account. So even if the names are same in your account and my screen, you don't need to worry. These roles are visible only for my account. So assuming that you have chosen ml.p2.medium, given a name, created a new role, I'll create a notebook instance. So this will take a couple of minutes. So let me check whether I have any questions until that. There is a question whether we have a recording of the webinar. Yes. Yeah. Vivek has answered it. So this pending state means that the notebook, because this notebook has to be hosted on a MLT2 medium instance. So Amazon has to create an instance of this type and provide the notebook. So this will take a minute. Once it is ready, the screen will change.
So is this a substitute for Colab programming?
Yes, correct. Exactly.
Okay.
And as I told earlier, right? So if you have already developed your model in Colab, you can bring that also. But today's session, we are not covering it, but you can do that also. Let us say that you already worked in Colab, you have built a model, you can bring that also so that you can save the time and money that has been spent on that. You can keep on refreshing. In a couple of minutes, it should be ready. Most of you might be seeing this open Jupyter. Maybe I'll wait for 1 more minute, but I will open the Jupyter. Don't do open Jupyter lab. It sometimes is very slower. We can just open Jupyter. You will be seeing an empty screen here because there are no notebooks, nothing. We haven't done anything. Assuming the case that all of us have got the screen, right? Yeah, if the status is pending, please wait. So let me wait for a couple of minutes. No worries. Once you see that, yeah, I'll be waiting for a couple of minutes. No issues. I think there was a question which was asking uh, why to come to SageMaker when I am using Colab. Yeah, Colab is a very good way to develop your models, but finally, when you have to deploy, right, you have to choose a cloud, or you want to do some. Let us say that in Colab, you have to tune your hyperparameters, right? Let us say that you have around 30 parameters and you are tired of tuning all these things. Then Amazon SageMaker has a service called hyperparameter tuning service. Just let me see that, show that. With Amazon SageMaker experiments, etc., we can organize many things, which Colab is just a place to develop your models. If you want to do automatic model tuning, like hyperparameters, we can use this service. Like I told about the benefits of this SageMaker thing, right? Like auto scaling, load balancing, etc., right? You can do SageMaker. See, Colab is just a place where we can develop the models. That's it. But now, when you want to deploy it, you have to choose one of the clouds, right? It can be Google, Azure, or AWS. And if it's AWS, if you use SageMaker, you get so many benefits there. That's why we are choosing SageMaker.
Now, Mohan, this SageMaker can do full MLDL, vision, NLP, everything.
Everything it can do. Yes. There are a lot of
But
built-in algorithms. Plus, you can also bring your own algorithm. SageMaker does not even differentiate any of these things.
But many times we have multi-file packages using a Bazel file or make file in Python. So
Yes.
we
In
can
that
do all
case,
that.
right. In that case, you have to bring your own container.
Multi-file packages, huh?
Yes. We can bring our own containers. So that is where I think SageMaker has a lot of benefits. So if we have some custom libraries, etc., we can define them in our requirements file, create a Docker container out of that, and then we can proceed.
And how about hardware, programmatic hardware balancing, like placing different TensorFlow graph points on different GPUs?
I haven't explored that part, so but I think all those things should be possible, but I haven't explored those things in SageMaker.
Okay.
I think SageMaker is too vast. I've been seeing SageMaker only from last December. Still, there is a lot of interesting things with SageMaker. So let's see whether everybody is saying everything is in service. Yeah, we need to choose Jupyter. Open Jupyter. Don't use Jupyter Lab.
So PyTorch, TensorFlow, all are supported.
Yeah, all are supported, but some of them may not come handy. We may have to do a pip install, etc. if we need some particular library. All are supported.
Okay.
Maybe I will go to one of the screens where I will show you. So go here. So assuming the case that all of us are able to get in, we used Open Jupyter. So we came here. It is empty. Please click. There are many different ways. We can create a new notebook and start scratching from the beginning, putting the code. But for today's session, we are going to take one of the AWS samples in the Git and we'll be proceeding with it. So please click on New Terminal. So if you do a ls, you should be seeing this directory structure. So there are a set of tutorials, there are a set of tools, there are a set of examples with Anaconda 3 implementation, etc. All these are present. So let us now go to SageMaker Direct. From now on, please follow the instructions. And if there are any doubts, you can always ask. Switch to the SageMaker directory. Let us clone this particular repository and putting in the chat window. Let us create a directory called serverless AI workshop. Please put the same name for your case also so that our instructions are same. I'm putting all the instructions that I type in the chat window also. If you do a right click, you will get the paste option and then you can paste it. So we change the ownership so that we can start using it. We will also delete the earlier unwanted directories that we got from Git because we don't need it. We only need a part of that code. So I'll give just a 30 seconds break here so that all of you have typed all these commands.
Can you send them as a set?
Yeah, I can do that. I'll do that now. Send the set. Please do not use the numbers, but follow the commands one by one. Let me see in the meantime whether there are any questions.
So all the audience, please see the chat message. That's where commands are sent.
Yeah, please see. You have to go to CD SageMaker directory and then type all these commands. I think there was a request asking me to go slow. Yes, I'll definitely go slow. Yeah. Just give me a minute. My laptop is going out of power. I'll just connect to the power cord. I connected my power cord. So I hope all of you have come until this end. Now, I think you have to see the chat window to put the comments. Can we proceed further?
Yeah, just a moment. I have sent the commands list in WhatsApp groups also for Prime and Global.
Okay. Yeah, I think we need to wait more little because somebody has wanted. Let's wait for some more time, maybe for a minute.
Okay, I guess we can move forward.
Let's do that. Okay, so let us see that we have done the cloning, right? And we have done some changes. So let us view them right now. Let us go to Jupyter now. If you refresh the screen, your refresh is here. Just refresh it. And then you will be seeing a serverless AI workshop, the directory that we created. Click on that serverless AI workshop. You will see the lab 2, which is the batch transform, which will be doing it. You will be seeing a set of files. Okay, so now this MNIST cluster IPNB file, the Jupyter notebook, is the one we are going to use for training. And remember, even though we are getting the samples from AWS, we are following this model, bring your own script. Assuming that we have our own algorithm, right? We all know about MNIST data sets, right? To recognize a number, like it has a lot of collection for the numbers, handwritten numbers. So let us say that we have a solution to use the data set to find the given number. So let us say that we have written algorithm. So we are taking this logic, bring your own script. So, but when you are bringing our own script, SageMaker, there are certain rules to be followed. So I will not go deeper into that, but I'll show you a sample file. Click on mnist.py. So SageMaker wants the serving function to follow certain set of rules. So it wants a function by name serving input function. It wants a function by name train, evaluate, etc. So we follow just the naming conventions of SageMaker to do the evaluation. Nothing more than that. So maybe later when you have time, you can go through the code in the Git repo that I had sent, and you can understand more there. So let me open the notebook. Please click on mnist clusters.ipython notebook.
Mohan, are you saying we cannot have arbitrary AI code there?
Yeah, we cannot have arbitrary AI code there. We have to follow certain set of procedures that SageMaker wants us to do.
No, but we said we are bringing our own script. Even then.
Yeah, we are bringing our own script, correct? But we need to have certain names in the functions. That is the only thing it is saying, nothing else. In our own script, yeah, we have to put those names. We are correct. You are right. So unless
What
otherwise,
if,
SageMaker will not understand. That's the only thing. I think my net is slightly slow. I'm not sure why.
But
Okay,
if
so
we
I'm not
do
open.
bring
Sorry?
your own container or bring your own model, then also same thing is required. Bring your own container or bring your own model.
I think bring your own model also. See, when we say bring our own model, we are bringing our saved model, which is nothing but the weights, right? All the weights and everything. Further, if we have to fine tune the model, train further, etc., we still have to follow the SageMaker rules, the function names. It is not very difficult. Maybe in a different session, I can also cover that. What are the naming conventions, how we have to go through and everything.
That's fine. What about container? Bring your own container.
Bringing your own container also, we can bring the container, but the definition should be what SageMaker expects.
Okay.
Because SageMaker does not know what is the serving function, what is the training function, etc. That is the reason that it needs the function names in a standard way, nothing else. And SageMaker also wants to know that our containers are healthy, so it will it will need to do a ping. It is like a health check, like your heartbeat. So unless otherwise we have all those things, SageMaker does not understand. So that is the reason we can bring our own script, everything, but we have to put them in the correct function names, nothing else. So when we move to a new cloud, right? Yes, there is some little bit of work because the function names expected by the new cloud might be different, etc. So let us go to, okay, I will see whether there are any other questions. Yeah, we have to follow the naming conventions provided by the SageMaker to understand. Later, when you have time, you can go through the code in the Git repository that I pointed. That will tell you the conventions there. Okay, so let's move on. I think this is a very small notebook, so which all of us would have done. So before executing this notebook, let us do some more work. So we have the SageMaker role, right? So remember when we created a notebook, we also created a SageMaker role. For the particular SageMaker role, we need to give permissions. The way in which Amazon Web Services work is that every resource has an associated set of permissions. If a user or any other AWS service wants to use a resource, then the permission should be granted so that the resource can be used. Say, for example, this particular SageMaker resource will be working with a Lambda function and a S3 function. Okay, so we have to provide those permissions for the SageMaker execution. So let us go to IAM console. So if you want to know how to go to IAM console, go to services, choose IAM or type IAM, choose that, right click, and you will get the IAM console. Now click on roles. In the IAM console, please click on roles. And you should remember the role that is associated with your SageMaker notebook. So if you want to know what is the role for you, I think it will be very, very less. It might be very easy. So if you see this, it is very easy. It says this role was created on 2020, April 19th, and the timestamp in which it was created. So please click on this role. We are going to give permissions for SageMaker to work with S3 buckets and to work with Lambda. So we'll attach two policies. So click on attach policies. Please, I think, are we all in the same screen? Because otherwise I think it will be difficult. Let's see whether anyone has. Maybe I'll wait for a second. Yeah, I'll wait for a second, definitely. I will again do it. So if you want to come to the, from your Amazon SageMaker, you can, so you always click the services, this arrow, and click on IAM and type IAM. Maybe if you can't see IAM, type IAM, which is Amazon's identity access management. So if you do a left click, this window will be gone. So do a right click. And then to go back to your SageMaker window, just click on this thing so that you can go back. So we are in IAM console. Click on roles. So you might be seeing very less roles. So click on the role that we created today for Amazon SageMaker, which is today's date. Okay. Yeah, please wait. Assuming that everybody is in the same screen, let us hope that we can start now. So please follow me. Click on attach policies. So in filter policies, please type S3. You will be seeing 4 things. Please click the checkbox for S3 full access. So this means that we are giving the S3 buckets full access to Amazon SageMaker role, so that Amazon SageMaker can read or write to S3. Because we are doing this for educational purpose, we are giving full access. Typically, we will not do this when we work in our day-to-day work. We will tell what bucket the SageMaker can read, whether it can delete or whether it can read, whether it can write, all those things we'll do. But for today's class, we just choose full access so that it is easy for us. Please click the checkbox, say attach policy. So now you will be seeing 3 policies. I will give 10 seconds and then I will attach one more policy. Okay, so we'll do one more time attach policies. This time we'll type lambda. So you will see AWS Lambda full access. Please click the checkbox. And then say attach policies, attach policy. Now the SageMaker execution role that you do has both S3 access and Lambda full access. Okay, and we'll also create one more role now. Remember, we are doing a batch transform, right? So what happens is that there is some event that needs to be triggered, right? And we are using a Lambda function to do that. A Lambda function in AWS is called a serverless function, because if we have to take some action on event on a particular event, you can do in two ways. One is that you write your own application code. What is the event? What is the action to be taken? Put it in a compute instance, which will keep on monitoring for that event. And when the event happens, the code, the application will take an action. Another way is that this is a big headache, right? Then you have to monitor your compute instance. Sometimes your application might be down, etc. Right? This is a big headache. So instead, Amazon provides a convenience way called Lambda. Lambda allows serverless computing. What it means is that you just put your code and you tell the rule for this particular event, please execute the code. That's it. The rest of the things are taken care by Amazon. So for now, for this session, I think this is sufficient for Lambda. So we will also create a role for this Lambda to be executed. Let us do that. So we are done with the policies for the SageMaker execution role now. So I hope everybody has done it until now.
So Lambda is a messaging and command control service, right?
Lambda is the serverless service, Vivek. It is for
Right. Yeah,
taking
it's a
actions for
queuing mechanism, right? You can queue commands.
Yeah, we can do all those things. It is basically if a particular event occurs, do the set of action.
Okay. Okay, got it. Alert. Okay. Okay. Trigger.
Based on an event, do this action, nothing else. So you don't need to have your own compute instance to do all those things.
It's like a cron job also in operating systems.
Yeah, you can also have lambdas trigger periodically or based on an event.
Right.
So in this example, if you see, in the case of medium, right, what I was telling, right, maybe once in a day or once in 8 hours, the user preferences are uploaded to S3 bucket. Let us say once in 20 hours, the user preferences are uploaded to S3 bucket. As soon as the user preferences are uploaded, the Lambda gets triggered. So the Lambda is written in such a way that if the files fall into S3 bucket, then call SageMaker batch transform, give the data, and then SageMaker batch transform will write the results to another bucket or another folder, etc. So in this case, this Lambda is triggered when a particular set of files are uploaded to S3 bucket by Medium. So now for this Lambda to execute, right, to call SageMaker batch transform, etc., it needs some privileges. So we will create a new role for this Lambda. The role that we created right now was for SageMaker. This SageMaker role is associated with our notebook. For the Lambda, we need to create a new role, which we'll be creating now. So click on roles to your left hand side, which is to your left hand side. So I already created a role called serverless workshop role, but we can create again one more time. Let us call it create role. Click on create role. I'll go back again for everybody. So click on roles. You will see the list of roles. Don't worry about this. Click on create role. Each role is associated with some entity or some service. So in our case, the role is for a Lambda function. So we will choose AWS service, we'll choose Lambda here. What we mean is that the particular role we are creating is for Lambda. So please click on Lambda. If you click on Lambda, to your right hand side bottom, permissions will get enabled. So click on permissions. So this is where we are giving permissions for the Lambda. Now for in this case, if you see this PPT, right, what are the two things that this Lambda should be able to do? It should be able to call SageMaker batch transform, number one. it should also have access to the S3 data, right? So it should have access to S3 and SageMaker. So we can tell the specific buckets, the specific SageMaker command, etc. But to make our life easier, we will just provide full access. This is just for educational purpose. In your day-to-day work, you will never do this. You will never give full access, but you will tell which bucket, which action, etc. So please choose Amazon S3 full access. So if you in filter policies, type S3 and you will be shown list of items. Please choose Amazon S3 full access. Okay, and we'll also add one more policy. Again, in filter policies, please type SageMaker. So you just type Sage also, it is fine. Please choose Amazon SageMaker full access. The policy names you will be seeing is different. Do not worry about all those things. Just choose Sage, Amazon SageMaker full access. So we have provided a SageMaker access and a S3 bucket access. So we can go to next, click on next at the right hand side bottom. You don't need to do anything with tags. This is a different subject by itself. Please click on next review. So if you see the policies, this is important. Hope you are able to see these two policies, the S3 full access and the SageMaker full access. You can choose any name. So I'm not going to put a name because already I have a name, right? So let us say you can use the same name that I have used to make your life easier. I will paste this name in the chat window so that it becomes easier for you. You can also use the same name or whatever name you want, that is fine. I normally put some name which is meaningful. So you can put the same name, but here it will give an error because I already have a name by that. Okay. So let us say I give a name like this, then the create role will get enabled. So give a name, useful name, and then click on create role. I'm not going to create it because I already have that role with me right now. So which one needs to be repeated? First role or second role? Okay, I am doing one more time whatever I did for both the things. Let me go through one more time for both SageMaker and Lambda. Now, so assuming that you are in the IAM console, I hope this is easier. The first one is that we already have a role for SageMaker, so we don't need to create. So you choose the Amazon SageMaker execution role that was created today. In your screen, you will be seeing only one of the roles. You will not be seeing two. You will be just seeing the role that got created today. Click on that, and you will be seeing only two policies. So we added the Lambda full access policy and the S3 full access policies. The way we attach these policies is by clicking on attach policies, and we type the policy name. So if you see, we cannot see Lambda full access because it was already selected by us. So let us say we select something. This is just for example. So please don't do it. If I want this policy, I should do that, and then I'll click attach policy. So please don't do this. So whatever policies we need, we type here in the filter policies, and then we click on attach policy. That way we attach Lambda full access and S3 full access. Hope you are able to do until this. We are choosing roles because, as I told you before, everything in Amazon works on a role-based access control policies. What happens is that if you don't get S3 full access, it means that you already have selected that. Can you go back to the screen and see whether S3 full access is already there for you in the particular role? So why we need roles is that for working with resources in Amazon, you need permissions, which are called as policies, and the role is a collection of policies. So this is like a RBAC system, let us say. Users or services are associated with roles. You don't need to type this, just I am putting an example. So roles gives permissions to access Amazon resources. Permissions are nothing but permissions are called as policies. Without permissions, we cannot access any resource. Roles give an easy way for us to put some specific policies so that we can reuse them. Say, for example, if we have this Lambda serverless workshop role that we created today, right? Tomorrow, if we create another Lambda function to do something else, but still it is also following the same pattern, then we don't need to create a new role. If we want, we can reuse the existing role. So roles give us an easy way to club policies and to work together. So this is the funda behind why we need roles, permissions, and policies. And that is why we are doing all these things right now. Okay, now I will go to the next thing where we created a new role, right? So already I had a Lambda serverless workshop role because I was asked to repeating. Click on create role, choose AWS service, choose Lambda, click on next permissions. You choose the policies that we want. In our case, we wanted S3 full access and SageMaker full access. Once you selected it, you click the checkbox next to the policy click on next tags, next review, give a name, and then click on create role. So this is how we created the Lambda serverless workshop role. I will give another 30 seconds for this to be done. So now let us go back to the Jupyter notebook because we have created the roles. I hope everybody is able to come until this. Okay, we have a question. No, okay. So let me go back to the PPT to explain. See, in this figure, okay, or maybe I'll take a notebook. Okay. See, we have two entities. One is the SageMaker notebook, which is associated with the SageMaker role. Needs to do some actions to read or write to S3, to read from or write to S3, Lambda X, talk to Lambda, etc. The second one is the Lambda function that needs to talk to SageMaker to create batch transform job, and also to S3, read or write. So only because of this, we have created two roles. We created one role because we already created a role when we created the notebook. What we did was, to an existing role, we added some permissions and we created a new role for the Lambda function. We'll be defining that Lambda function soon. Hope it is clear. Okay, done. So let's move on. So now let us go back to the SageMaker notebook. We would have opened the, I hope you have opened this mnis clusters.ipnb file. If you have not opened it, please click on that. You will be shown a new screen with the code. I've taken a very simple code so that our life is easy. So we can ideally execute all the cells if we have substituted everything, but let us go one by one right now. So just click on the first cell. I think assuming all of us are comfortable with Jupyter notebooks, this is the assumption. So click on run. Maybe you can also type what is the region. Say, for example, you don't need to type this. I'm just putting it. You don't need to do this. What I'm doing. I can print the region. I can print the role name. Okay. I can click on run. First time when it executes, it takes around 30 seconds. That's okay. Let's do that. So if you see from the beginning, you remember we chose the North Virginia region, which is the US East one, right? All of us, I assume that all of us have chosen this region, okay? And then this is the name of the execution role that is associated with this notebook, okay? So next, we just click on run. These files are present in the directory, all the utilities, the main MNIST file which follows the SageMaker standards, etc. All those things are present. They're just calling it. I am not getting deeper into the ML code now. You can go through this code later because the code is completely present in the repo. So next we execute this instruction. This will upload the data needed to the S3 bucket. In order to verify the fact that this is uploaded, you can go to your S3 bucket. Let us do that now. If you have to go to S3 bucket, again click on Amazon SageMaker here. Click on this services arrow, this icon. Type S3. Here I can see S3, but still I am typing. Type S3. Right click. Do not do a left click. Right click. And then go back to the SageMaker notebook here. You click on Amazon Management Console. Are all of you able to see such a bucket created for you? Please wait for creating training jobs. Please do not proceed further. We'll go one by one in the instructions, because otherwise it will be difficult for me to tell before, and then it will get into a confusion. Please wait. Let us go one by one for the instructions. Okay, assuming that all of you are able to see this bucket has been created by SageMaker. In my case, I had created earlier, but if you are not created also, this should be present. Click on it. So click on data folder. You will be able to see. This is just for checking purpose, nothing else. You don't need to worry much about. Let us go back to the code. What I wanted to tell you is that the data has been uploaded by the SageMaker session. You remember, SageMaker session is one of the important entities that we need to know. SageMaker provides 6 entities, abstract entities to make our life easier: estimator, model, predictor, transformer, processor, and session. Session is important because everything we do SageMaker is with the session. So the first thing we always do is create a SageMaker session and then use that session to work with all the other things.
Yeah, when I ran the notebook, I got an error actually.
Which instruction? This instruction is it?
When I ran the MNIST cluster notebook.
Okay, which instruction? Instruction number 3 or 2? Which one?
I'll tell you where I got the error. No, I was running the MNIST clusters notebook. Was that the right thing to do?
Yeah, MNIST clusters notebook. That is the right thing to do. Yes.
So I'm getting error on second cell.
Import utils?
No, sorry. Upload data to demo MNIST folder. Upload the data, I'm getting error.
What is the error you are getting?
Failed to upload MNIST 10,000K labels.gz file to SageMaker US East. Specified bucket does not exist. S3 upload failed.
Okay. See, this sometimes comes very rarely. Typically, I don't think anybody else faced this error, right?
I mean, after the role creation, we didn't do anything further, right? Or I missed something.
Correct. Yeah, by default, what happens is that, see, when there is no bucket, okay, when there is no bucket, SageMaker creates a new bucket called SageMaker hyphen region name and the 12-digit account ID. Typically, SageMaker does it. If it does not do it, we can create a bucket. In most of the cases, it is done. I'm not sure why it is not done for you. So you can create a bucket, but you will have your own account name. This will not be the case. So the way we find the account name is click on this global. Okay, sorry. Click on your account name. You will see my account.
I think second time it worked. I ran the notebook again. It worked.
Oh, because normally for the first time itself it should work. I don't know. So okay, so you will be seeing a different number, right? Here you should be seeing a different number.
I should go to S3, huh?
Right. The way to go to S3 is services, type S3, right click.
Yeah, I see the buckets here. I am here in buckets.
Okay,
I got
so
the
you
SageMaker
should be
bucket
seeing
created now.
right. So I think the way it does is by default, this is the rule. It creates a bucket. If it does not exist, it creates a bucket called SageMaker region hash. So this is the pattern that SageMaker follows. So
Right.
if
Yeah.
you see,
Yeah, it created one for me now.
great.
In that,
So
I see the data and TensorFlow folders.
fantastic, great. So now let's go back to the notebook then in that case. Okay, this is just an instruction for the user to see what is present in the MNIST file. It does not do anything else. As I told before, we have to have the serving function, train function, etc. So, which you can later see. Okay, so this is just for listing the file. Now we'll create a training job. I think this is the most important thing where we have to be very careful. So can anyone say why we have to be careful here? Because for trainings, we use an instance, and if the instance does not belong to the free tier, will be charged. So in the beginning, when we created this AWS free tier account, right, we noted the model instance, right? Let's go back and let's see what is the model instance we are given permissions. YAML.m4.xlarge for training. Let us use that instance type. I'll put in the chat window again. Please change your code to have the instance type to that particular instance. If we don't use this instance type also, the training job will work if we have the quotas, but then we'll be charged money. So is everyone here until this step? Yeah, somebody has run all the cells, then they will be charged definitely. That is why I was saying please wait until we proceed step by step, because there are too many things here we have to follow. Yes, you will be charged, but don't worry, you will not be charged too much. Probably you will be charged only for the seconds that was used for the training job. Yes, you will be charged for that. Yes.
But Mohan, we
Okay.
never entered our credit card. How will it get charged?
No, in the beginning we entered our credit card or debit card, right? When we signed up for the free tire.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. Because I had an existing account, so I wasn't asked to
Correct.
do that. Okay.
Right. So now this ml.m4.xlarge belongs to free tire, so we have no issues with it because we have, uh, as we found, it is 50 hours per month. We have free training time. And to all the audience, I would request that please let us go step by step. Sometimes we might be slow, but let us do that, because if we don't go step by step, we'll be missing some things like this. So now, assuming that we have changed the instance type, I will do a run. So now this is the fit method, which will take its own time. Let us wait for that. So until it does, maybe let us also change it in the next cell also. This cell is for our fit method. Okay. And the next one is to save the model. So once we have saved the model, we can even use the model after 5 years, 3 years, 2 years, anytime. So we'll be seeing all those things in the SageMaker screen. So please change the instance type right now. And let us keep it ready. Let this fit method complete. Couple of minutes, let us wait. In the meantime, if you have questions, you can ask. You will not have an error of resource limit exceeded if you use this instance type, ml.m4.xlarge. If you use, some other instance, because certain instances are very costly, AWS itself puts some resource limits. You can increase the resource limits by sending a mail to AWS support team, or by raising a support case in AWS saying that, yes, I am aware, please increase my resource limits. This is just for AWS, makes our life safer, because sometimes we may be unknowingly putting a bigger instance, right? So AWS put some resource limits. Yeah, training will take some time to start. The reason is that AWS has to create the instance, right? This ml.m4.xlarge instance, it has to be created, right? So training will, for the training to start, it will take some time. So as you see, even for me also, it is waiting here. If you got an error in this cell, then you will not be charged, meaning you are not even allowed that instance, so don't worry. And somebody is asking how many instances. We tell the instance count here. So everything is very clear with Amazon. We tell the instance type, we tell the instance count, and only if we are allowed, AWS will proceed. So this takes a little bit of time, because these instances have to be created, training job has to be created, it has to be distributed, it has to read from S3. So maybe it will take some more couple of minutes, maybe 5 minutes or something. Let's wait for that. In the meantime, when it is training, what you can do is that you can also change the next cell and keep it ready to ml.m4.xlarge. probably we can create a new Lambda function also. Our team, it is already 2 o'clock. How do you want? Do you want to break for a lunch now, or do you want to break after this batch sending it to you? Okay, so now you go to the SageMaker terminal. If you have closed the terminal, no problems. Go to Jupyter and say, if your terminal is already running, click on it. Okay, so let me also do the same thing. If your terminal is not even running, go to Files, click on New Terminal. If your terminal window is already running, you can go to that window, or you can go to Running and then click on Terminals. So are you all here? So now I sent the commands in the chat window. Please type one by one in the commands. So let's do it one by one. So what I'm doing right now is that I'm creating a Lambda layer, because this Lambda has to call a SageMaker API. For that code to be executed, the SageMaker API libraries should be present. So Lambda is a concept of an environment, and we are creating a Lambda environment right now. So we'll create a new directory. We'll do a cd temp. So I send the instructions in the chat window. Please do one by one. We'll create a directory Python. So then we'll say we are installing SageMaker in this directory, and then we'll be putting this for Lambda as a layer.
Mohan, what was the present working directory where you started the make directory temp?
Yeah, it can be anywhere. So maybe, but I'll tell you 1 minute. I started here with the 1 minute. It was under SageMaker.
When I open a new terminal, it gives me a default directory.
Okay, 1 minute. Yes, this can be executed from anywhere, but I would suggest to use this particular directory under SageMaker.
Okay.
Please get inside SageMaker and then start typing the commands. So now we have installed the SageMaker libraries. So, but what happens is that it will be installing a lot of temporary files, test files, etc. Let us remove all of them before we zip it. So, cd Python. I'm just executing one by one the instructions, nothing else. So you can also do the same thing. So a zip file got created. Okay, are we all until here? Maybe I'll wait because next is upload process.
I got lost. I'm still trying to type all those commands you sent.
No, you can copy paste it. So the point is, let us say you copy one line. Okay, let us say this one you copy, Control C. You right click, you have got the paste.
Is giving me one error on missing argument to dash exec, that command. The one with
Which?
dash exec is giving error.
No, it should not, because I think it is split. I think so. That is the problem. 1 minute. Okay, after dash exec, you should also put all these things are one line. So
Can you please send by WhatsApp?
yeah, I can do that. Yeah, give me a second. I'll do that. Just a minute. I'm going to WhatsApp and sending it. Yes, I have sent it in WhatsApp. So
Okay.
one by one, I'll wait. Yes. So I will wait for some more time. So once you are done, please tell me so that we can proceed. For the last command, please wait. Don't type it. Keep it ready. Don't hit the enter button.
It ran for me.
Good. If anybody has any problem, please tell me. So otherwise we can proceed. RM. What is this? RM cannot remove. Which command? I think if you type the commands exactly as given, you should not get any error at all. These are tried and tested commands which are done. In fact, I'm planning to write a small medium blog on this because I didn't find much of an instructions how to create a Lambda layer for SageMaker. I'm planning to write a small blog how to create this. So if you run the instructions as it is, you should not get a problem. So whoever has a problem, maybe you have to try one more time, maybe start from a new directory. You remove your older directory, temp directory, create a new directory and try it. You should not have any problem. So if you want to remove your directory, go one level above the directory. Okay. So I'll type the command in the chat window and type this command. So if you want to remove this temp directory that we created, right, go one level above temp directory, which will be the SageMaker directory. So in SageMaker directory, type rm minus rf temp. So this will remove recursively the files and all the directories inside this temp. Once you have removed temp, start with mkdir temp and give all these commands. So I have sent the commands in WhatsApp window. Maybe use those commands because chat window sometimes splits the commands looks like. Yes, for others who are until here. So for the last command, please instead of account hash, please put your 12-digit account number. Okay. So you can go to the IAM console. Anywhere you can go, check my account. Your 12-digit account number will be there. Or even you can go to your S3 bucket where the bucket name has your account number. Put that account number in the command. And then put a slash. And here there should not be a space. I don't know why there is a space. Yeah. That's it. So this should upload the Lambda SageMaker layer to S3. Once this command gets executed, if you go to S3 terminal, you will be able to find it. Today, April I don't know why it is showing April 18. So April 19. Yeah, it shows that the file has been uploaded. The zip file has been uploaded just now. Was this successful for everyone? Yeah,
Space
yeah,
has
I
to be
told it.
removed.
Yes, correct, right. Yes, the space has to be removed between S3. Maybe I'll type it here again.
Yeah.
Please remove the space. So between this, right, between this hash and this one, yeah, you have to remove the space. Please replace this account hash with your 12-digit number. Vivek, should we break here now or should we proceed? Because I think some more people are asking for lunch. Bring your own script where we have our own logic, but just fitted it with the SageMaker. We downloaded the code from the Git repo, which is already following that pattern. We executed the code from a Jupyter notebook. We used a SageMaker estimator. As you remember, SageMaker estimator is for training the job, the right instances and the instance count. We completed the training job. So, and then we saved the model. We saw the model in the SageMaker dashboard. The saved model is present. We also saw the training job, which has all the statistics and everything. Apart from this thing, we also did two more things. One is that the SageMaker notebook, there was a default execution role. Do you remember? So to this particular role, you can see, like, if you click on it, you can see the notebook details. You cannot edit it because the notebook is currently open. If the notebook is not open, you can edit many things. Say, for example, you can edit the role, you can change the instant type, you can associate a Git repo. There are so many more things that I wanted to cover, but I think let us not do it today. So there are so many other things that we can do. So this is a notebook instance. Then we went to IAM, and for the SageMaker execution role, we gave a Lambda full access and a S3 full access. And then we created a new role called Lambda serverless role, to which we gave S3 full access and SageMaker full access. So we are right now, we also created a very lightweight Lambda zip code for SageMaker. So because we will be using Lambda to call SageMaker batch transform. If Lambda has to call it, then it should have the corresponding libraries. So we created a zip file and then we uploaded it to the S3 bucket. So these commands and all were removing the unwanted files like test files and cache files. So the layer is very lightweight, probably around 25 MB or 48 MB or something like that. So now let us create a Lambda function. The Lambda function that will create a SageMaker batch transform. Okay. So let's go to the console here. Click on files in your Jupyter. By the way, if any of your Jupyters are not working, no problems. Just go to your browser window and hit the enter button for it to refresh. If it still does not refresh, go to SageMaker and you can click on open Jupyter. So this will again open a new Jupyter web browser window. You don't need to worry about the old windows. That's okay. So in Jupyter, in the file section, you will be able to see a function called lambda function. Let's click on that. And this is the lambda function which is going to trigger the SageMaker batch process. And you remember transformer, right? That was one of the important things of SageMaker. Estimator is for real-time inference. Transformer is for offline inference in batches. So the SageMaker is creating a transformer. We will change the model name, etc. later. We will also change the instance type, etc. in the Lambda code. So what you have to do is just do a file, edit, select everything together. Copy this code. Select the total file, copy the code, and then we'll go to the Lambda console. The way to go to Lambda console is that any of the services console, you click on this arrow, click on the name. See, to my left, I can see Lambda, but if you don't see it, no problems. Click on Lambda, you will see it. Do a right click. You will go to the Lambda window. So now we are going to create a new function. Okay. So we will do it from scratch. You can call any name. This does not matter. Maybe my test function, you can call it by any name. Batch test, whatever it is. For the runtime, let us choose 3.6. Okay, and then we have to associate a role. Why do we associate a role? So that Lambda can access S3 and Lambda can also, what do I say? It can also access the SageMaker batch transform. So you say use an existing role. Once you tell use an existing role, you can see the existing roles here that belong to you. You will be mostly seeing only one role because it is your first time, right? You will be seeing this. Okay. Are you all able to come until this? No audio. No, I am audible. Please rejoin.
So hope everybody came to here. Shall we click on create function?
Yes, if everybody is there, then we can do that.
So we are creating a client side code, huh?
Correct, right? Yes. A serverless code that will be triggered based on some action.
Okay.
So I'll also click on create function now. Please remember to use the runtime of Python 3.6. Okay, now what you should do is that scroll down. You will be seeing the Lambda function handler. Just copy paste the code that we did from the Lambda function there. Do a Control V. Once you have done that, click on save. We'll be doing it couple of times, but click on save. So now if you see this Lambda function is using SageMaker. So let's, okay. If we execute, we'll get into trouble because Lambda does not even understand about the SageMaker now. So what we should do is, we should add a layer to Lambda, so that that layer will tell Lambda what is this SageMaker about. Okay. So let's add a layer now. Click on layers. Click on add a layer. So you have to click back on layers there. Okay, maybe I'll come back again for some of you who might have missed it. So when you clicked on add layer, you would have come to this screen. In this screen, what you should do is that you have to go back, click on layers. Okay. So click on create layer. I'll call it SageMaker Lightweight 1 because already I had done it. So description is optional. You can do if you want. So we can either upload a file from our local computer or from Amazon S3. You remember we have already uploaded the file to Amazon S3, right? So let us do that. Let us upload a file from Amazon S3. We have to give the URL. To give the URL, let us go to S3 Management Console. So this is the file we have to upload, right? We can get the URL of this file in a very easy way. You do the checkboxing. You will be able to see a window like this. In this, you click on copy path. This copy path is nothing but the way to reach this file. Okay. Now come back to the create layer window and then give the URL. Do a control V. We can choose the compatible runtimes, which is optional, but let us choose it. Let us choose Python 3.6. I will tell you the reason why we are doing Python 3.6. So here, if you do, this is the SageMaker terminal. So it is 3.6. So we can choose 3.7, but some libraries may be clashing. So let us use the same version. That's why we are giving 3.6 here. And we can go to create. So I'll click on create. Are we all in the same page? Okay. We have lost track, and yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that again. No problems. Yeah, let's do that. So then I will cancel this so that I'll recreate again. We went to the Lambda console and we created a function called, in my case, I have chosen a function by name batch test. So for creating batch test, okay, let's do one thing. I don't know whether team is until there or not. Okay. If you want me to create the lambda function again, I can do that. Okay, we'll do that in that case. What I'll do is that I'll delete this function anyway, then my function, so that I can create again. So before doing this lambda function, hope all of you have copied the code here, right? From the lambda function.py file in Jupyter Notebook. So the way to come to lambda console is type this, right click, you will be seeing the lambda function console. Please click on create button, create function. Author from scratch, which is the default option. You can give any name. I'm giving batch test. We will choose runtime of Python 3.6. I told you the reason why I'm doing, because here the layer I created was with 3.6. That's why I'm doing it. And then we have to create or choose an execution role. We had already created an execution role, right? So let us choose that. We will say use an existing role. And then if you click here, you'll be shown the list of roles. You will be mostly having only one role if this is your first account. Choose that and then click on create function. I'll wait for a second. Okay, so we are done, right? So let me click on create function. Now what we have to do is that we have to scroll down. This is the default definition provided by Lambda. We will remove this definition and we'll copy paste our definition that we got from the lambda function.py file. Once we do that, so please remember to overwrite. The old definition should be removed. So once it is done, let us save the lambda function. We'll be doing this save couple of times. Okay, so assuming that you have also saved your things. Let's see any questions are there. Great. Okay, we are good. I will go to layers. So as we see in the code, Lambda is calling SageMaker, right? But this library has to be present for Lambda to call SageMaker. Remember, we created a zip file, right? By the command line. We will use that zip file now to create the layer. So click on layers and click on add a layer. Once you come to the screen, you have to go back. Unfortunately, you have to tell layers. You have to click on this layers. So let's click on that. So here already I created a layer, but you will see an empty screen. please click on create layer. Okay, so you can give any name, lightweight 1 I'm calling. Description is optional. Once you are given a name, please see to it that there is no blank space. Description is optional. You can either upload a zip file from your local computer or from S3. We have the layer zip files already in S3, so let us do that from there. Now we have to give the URL for the full URL, complete URL to get the file. The way to do is that we have to go to S3. See, ideally we can also type if we know everything clearly, but I would always suggest go to S3 to get it, so that there is no typographical error. So how do we go to S3? So you can, in services, you can choose S3. You can right click. Until this window opens, you can click on this and you can put this icon so that you are back to Lambda screen. This is the very easiest way to go to any service. You click on this arrow, type the service name, select it, right click, and then click on this so that you come back to the same screen. This is a shortcut method. So our S3 bucket is now open. Click the bucket. You would see a couple of files. So this is the file we wanted, right? This is the one, yeah, it is 49.8 MB. This is the file we wanted. You can see copy path. So this is a shortcut method which copies to clipboard. Click on copy path. If you, the way to get that is you just do a checkbox. You'll get this window. Click on copy path. It says copy to clipboard. Now we'll go to Lambda screen again for the creating layer. So now this creates a layer. We can choose the runtime. It is optional, but I typically do it for information. I'm choosing Python 3.6, saying that this layer will run with Python 3.6. Don't worry about this license information. And then we'll click on create. So are we all here until that? Yeah. Why we are creating the layer, as I told, we are calling the SageMaker API, right? We are calling the SageMaker transform process, etc. Right? In order for this SageMaker API to be called, it should have these corresponding libraries, right? So for doing this, we are creating a SageMaker layer and attaching it. That is the reason we are doing. And someone wanted to repeat it. From where exactly should I repeat? Okay, then I will not repeat it. Okay, thanks. So we'll go back. So now please click on create. Great. It has created a layer and the layers are versioned, etc. No problems. Now, please copy this ARN. See, the ARN stands for Amazon resource number, which uniquely identifies the resources. Even this layer is considered a resource. Your S3 bucket is a resource. even a file under S3 is a resource so that you have the full form. So please copy this ARN, which will be using the next step. Select it, copy. Okay. Next. So now we can go back to Lambda. It shows the dashboards. You can either click on this two, or in your case, you will see one probably, or you can click on this functions. You can do either way. So in your case, if you are given the name batch test, you will be seeing this name. Click on that. So now we'll go back to layers. We created a layer. So now we will add that layer. We'll say add a layer. If you click on this layers, you will see this message. You will see this screen. Click on add a layer. So remember, we copied the ARN, right? The Amazon resource number, right? We'll just paste that ARN here. Okay. Are we all good until here? Okay, good. Fine. So please click on add. So we will do a save. Every time when you make changes, please click on save so that we don't lose the changes. See here, even this Lambda function is having a ARN. So all resources in Amazon have a way to identify. Even if you also give a name, right? Let us say that you also gave a name batch test. No problems. Still your Lambda function and my Lambda function will be having a different ARN. Can anyone tell the reason?
Because these are web service endpoints available on internet.
No, actually, all the resources have the account ID put. So that way, all the even if you have a similar batch test, your resource will be unique because your account number is unique. They can be available from web or non-web. That is okay. All the resources have they all have the region name. They have the service name, the region name, the account name, and the further classification. So that way, all the resources, even if you create a Lambda function by name batch test, your Lambda function and my Lambda function is different because of this number. And one more thing is that if you create it in a different region, so even if I create a Lambda function in a different region, then again that name, even if I keep the same batch test, the region will be different. So these are some of the ways by which things get uniquely identified in Amazon, so that none of the accounts will have clashes. Is it clear? Yes, yes, because it is created in your space, correct, right? Okay. So now we have added a layer. So we are at the last leg now. So let's see the function once. We are importing the SageMaker. Now our Lambda is supporting it, layer is supporting it. So these are all the input for the bucket. This is for number recognition. And the output has to be written here in the S3 bucket. Then we are calling a transformer function. Okay. Now remember, again we are into batch transform, and then we have to replace the instance to our free tier limitations. So let's go there. Let's find out. It is yaml.m4.xlar. Right? So always have it as a ready reckoner. Okay. So now I will paste it in the chat window anyway. So please replace this instance with that. You can put a 2, 3, 4, whatever it is up to you. But this instance is important. This instance type is important because this is a free tier instance. Okay. Next, the transform method gets called, and after that the lambda function waits. In our case, the transform method gets only 5 to 6 minutes, so this wait is okay. Ideally, lambda function can only wait for 15 minutes, not more than that. And some of these calls can take more than 1 second, 2 second, 1 minute. This wait might take more than 6 minutes. So what we have to do is we have to increase the timeout. If you scroll down, you will see something called basic settings. These are the settings that this lambda will follow. Click on edit and then increase the timeout. Yeah, this 3 seconds, let it be, no problems. Or maybe you can, let us be generous. Let us say 10 minutes. That will not have a problem. Okay. And the rest is fine. No problems.
Yeah, can you repeat this timeout thing? I lost it.
Yeah. Lambda uses this timeout thing to wait for any internal executions.
Now, how did you arrive here?
Okay, great. Just a minute. I'll come back. Cancel. So we were in this wait method. So this wait method takes 5-6 minutes by my experience. So I just scroll down and there is something called basic settings. Click on edit. And then I'm changing the timeout. This means that lambda will not time out until some method takes more than 10 minutes 3 seconds. And then I do a save. Click on save. If I don't do this, okay, here also I have to do a save. We saved the basic setting. We have to save the entire lambda now. Are we good until here? Okay, no questions, right? Okay, fine. So we have done that thing because this batch transform will be taking more than 5 minutes or 6 minutes. There might be also cases where your batch transform might take even 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Those cases also there is no issue. Your lambda code will end here. That's it. Later you can see the S3 bucket where the results are, or you can write another lambda function later to get the results and everything. In our case, because it is 6 or 7 minutes, I just put some more things which tells what was the original and what was the predictions. Now for this lambda function, I'll go back to the PPT. A typical use case, industrial use cases, we upload the data to bucket, to a specific folder, a specific file name, then lambda gets triggered, and then it does some process. But normally what happens is that these are all for production deployments. But initially when you want to test things, assuming that the files are there and everything, lambda has a provision to add test triggers. Okay, so just give me a minute. Don't do anything. I'm just doing something else. But the screen is visible, it's okay. Okay, now we can create a test event so that we can trigger this lambda. So let us do that. Near this test, you click on this button. So you will see configure test event. Let us configure a test event. Create a new test event. You can call test 1, test 2, whatever you want to call, batch test, test 1, 2, 3, whatever it is. And we pass the parameters needed. So I will pass this to you in the chat window. But please remember to change this to your account ID. And please remember to change the model to your SageMaker model. Okay, maybe just give me a minute. I'll put all those things again. So for example, this is my 12-digit ID. This is fine with me. But model, this was a model I trained yesterday. I will change it to today's model. Go to Amazon SageMaker dashboard. To your right, you will see models. We are seeing two models because I trained one thing yesterday. So you will see only one model, right? Please copy the name. Okay. And then go to your batch test and then so I will be putting this in the chat window, but remember to change this bucket to your 12-digit ID and the model name to your model name. Timestamp might be different for you. That's the only difference. So any questions until now? Okay, where to get lambda function.py file? Okay, lambda function.py file is in the set of Jupyter files. So this is the file where you can find the lambda function.py. Okay, so I have saved it. So I will click on create.
Yeah, just a moment. Let us do that thing.
Yes, yes, please.
The test 1, 2, 3.
Okay, what is the use of lambda function and layer we have lost? No problems. See, lambda function in this case calls the SageMaker batch transform. We can use lambda functions for anything. We can talk to a existing SageMaker live instance or to a model. If it is a model, we can talk to the model also through the SageMaker API. What it will do is that it will instantiate the model. The SageMaker batch transform will instantiate the model, and then the predictions will be done. And the other question was, why do you add a layer? Because in the Lambda code, we call the SageMaker batch transform method, right? So in order to call the SageMaker batch transform method, we have to put the layer. There is one more cryptic way by which we can do it, where we can put the Lambda function required libraries, everything into a single zip file and make it as Lambda. But the only problem if we do that is that we cannot edit the code. Every time we have to make a single line of code change, we have to again go back, do all the changes, zip it, and then put it back in Lambda. So that's why I chose this method of creating a Lambda layer, so that we can do changes in the lab to the Lambda function on the fly. Hope it is clear. Okay, where can I find the bucket name? Just put this S3 bucket, right? 1 minute. So if you go to Amazon S3, you will see your bucket name. Just copy this. Copy, and then you can go back and then paste it there. Just you have to replace the name with this name you copied. That's it, nothing else. Just put that in the JSON. Just put your bucket name. You don't need to do anything else. See, in the JSON file, in this JSON code snippet, just replace with your bucket name. Number 1. Everything will be same until here. Only this part will be different based on your account ID. Next, you need the model, for which go to Amazon SageMaker dashboard. Click on models. In your case, you will see only one model. Click on that. Name, you just do a right click, copy, come back. Here, replace this text with your model name. Once you are done it, click on save. It is disabled because I did not do any change. Click on save. And once you have saved it, again you should be also doing this save. There we did a test function. The save also will come. You please save it.
Actually, it did not ask me. The save wasn't enabled after adding text function. I think test got saved.
Okay, then it is fine. Then it means that it got saved. That's okay.
Yeah.
If the save button is disabled, then we don't need to worry. Any other questions? Yeah, I think we are good. Let's go. So what we are right now done is that we have provided the arguments. So as I told, in a normal industrial test case, right? Some event will put files to this bucket, which will trigger Lambda, which will call. But right now we are not doing this. We are just triggering by configuring this test event. So please click on test, and you can pray to all your gods, whichever god you like. Please pray that your function will be successful after 6 minutes. Let's do that. Hope nobody got an error by now. If somebody has got an error, a red color text being shown here in this part, it means that something has been done wrongly. Otherwise, if we are given everything correctly, it means that the transform job is happening. Let it happen in the background. Let us go to SageMaker dashboard. So to your right, you will be seeing a lot of things. One of them is batch transform job. So I had done two jobs before. So the third job that I'm doing right now is on 19th with some timestamp, which SageMaker understands. Okay, so you can also see that it is in progress. It is not complete. It is in progress. You can still click on it to understand things. This job also has a number for identification, the creation time, the status, which is progress. What is the model from which this SageMaker batch process was started? What is the instance type we chose, right? In the code, we chose the instance type, the instance count. Where is the input data? Where is the output it has to write? And it will still be in progress. If we go to Lambda also, execution will be in progress. We have to wait for 5 minutes. Let me see whether any other questions are there. Unable to import module Lambda function. Okay, one thing, there was somebody who told error in JSON testing it. Is that error over? Okay, error is cleared, right? There is someone who says unable to import module Lambda function. This will be mostly because I think we have done some step wrong. Otherwise, we should not get this problem. Either we did not create the correct role, or the Python version, or we gave something wrong in the, we did not add the layer correctly. Can the full error be pasted? I think probably the SageMaker layer is not imported correctly. No model name SageMaker, right? Probably is that the right? Then it definitely means that the layer we added, right, to Lambda has not been added correctly. This can be due to a variety of reasons. Say, for example, when we created the layer, you remember we have to create a directory called Python, and then we have to put it under Python. This took almost 2 hours for me to understand. So until unless all the code is under a directory called Python, the layer complains like this. I think typically you made a miss to do one of these steps. You might have created a directory with a different name or something like that. Or you did not add the layer. Have you added the layer? Do you see this one in the layers? Okay, if you were, I don't know, you should not have a problem. If the instance type is a problem, oh, okay. Yeah, the instance type is a problem, correct. Okay. Okay. Then you have added the layer. but the layer has not been created correctly. By installing SageMaker through command. See, there are two ways to do this. As I told you, one is a zip file. I can create the Lambda function code, everything as a zip file. But if I create as a zip file, I lose the flexibility of working with the Lambda code. If I want to make any minimal change also, I have to go back. That is why we create a layer and then we add it. 1 minute. So in the meantime, our Lambda has succeeded. So the original was this one, and predictions are also matching. This is just a simple thing. Don't worry about this original prediction, etc. It just says that testing was successful. So let us go back to have all of your jobs completed. Has the Lambda completed?
Yeah, for me it completed.
Okay, great. So then in that case, let us go back to the SageMaker dashboard again. You go to batch transform jobs. So it shows completed, which is today's thing. It took 4 minutes. So it shows the instance type, the instance count, the model name, everything is there here. So by this way, what happens is that all the things are very easily tracked through SageMaker. A model has a history, right? From which training job created it, when was this model created, what is the corresponding Docker image for this one, where was the data located, where is the model data located, everything is there. So you don't need to have a very special version control. This is anyway, this is a poor man's way to version control. Of course, there are certain things that are coming right now emerging called MLOps, but still what I think is that even this one is really good because I can track my models, I can track my training jobs, uh, I can track my endpoints, everything can be tracked with the dashboard. So this is good. So what we have done until now is that we have created a batch transform. We call the batch transform through Lambda. We got the results. This is one way. The other way is to go for a live inference. I think this will take more time. We will not be able to cover today. Maybe a different session we can do that. So let us try to recap things. What all we okay. Before that, I want to ask whether there are any questions.
Yeah. No, so where do we see the output?
We right now we saw it in the Lambda, and it will also be put in the S3 bucket. 1 minute. So let me go to Lambda. If you see where I put, let's also go to S3 bucket.
Oh, this is showing the test samples and predictions, huh?
Correct, right? Yes. The originals and the predictions.
Okay, okay. So these are the X test values and the X predict the Y predict values. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, okay. So it's perfectly accurate, huh?
Correct, right? I think this was just a sample. So anyway, and we also had 100 runs, right? So probably it became perfect.
Hmm.
Any questions from team before we go for a summary? I don't know. I never opened this file, but anyway, it is okay. So let me go to the question section now. How can we use this now in future? I didn't get this. Can you please repeat the question?
I think the idea is how do we use it for future applications? So this showed
Fantastic.
one way of showing the creating a Lambda service and with an AI model behind the Lambda service in SageMaker, and then doing a test. So we called a test plug, test function, but we can connect it to a web front end and all that to show the output on a web screen, right?
Right, correct. That is true, but right now we are not doing it. Next time, maybe a different session. We'll schedule it and then we'll do. But so, okay, now the question is how do we do it, right? Let me try to summarize the points which will give an idea. So let us say that you have an algo. Let us say that you have your own code, which is called bring your own script in SageMaker lingo. Just have the script, have some predefined function names. Rest, you can use your own logic. Rest, you can put your logic. So create a SageMaker notebook. All the steps that we did today is what you can do in the future also. Create a SageMaker notebook. Import the code. You can either copy paste the code, or if you have your Git repository, you can do a Git clone or whatever it is to get the code. Build the code. So select the SageMaker instances for training and for deploying. So today we did not deploy. We only saved the model because we are doing a batch process. So once we have done it, let us say that if you have deployed the model, right? Okay, I'll show the dashboard now again. If a model has been deployed, it will be shown in the endpoint. Right now there is no endpoint because a model is not deployed. If you want to deploy, it's a single step, but then there are a lot of other things where you can select a model and you can say create endpoint, but then you need endpoint configuration, etc. What I would suggest is that we'll take it up separately. Once you have an endpoint, the model provides a REST API. Then you can use an API gateway to talk to the model directly, or you can use an API gateway which talks to a Lambda, which talks to the model. We can take some examples, but there are different ways by which you can reach the model. One is directly through API gateway, one is through a Lambda. Either of the cases we can do. Now coming back to our sheet, so deploy the model. Call it through API gateway. Yeah, you always call it through API gateway. Lambda can be in the middle or not, it's a different story. Or use a batch transform to instantiate the model and do the predictions. So this is the logic part. In order to execute, you should be considering two roles. One is the SageMaker role, SageMaker execution role. The another one is the Lambda. So in our case, it was reading from S3 bucket and calling SageMaker batch transform. So you might need different permissions. Say, for example, if your Lambda has to talk to DynamoDB, then you have to give the permission for DynamoDB. So give appropriate permissions. Appropriate permissions. Then we are good. So execute the functions. And for Lambda, we have two options. Create a layer or create a zip file. So in our case, we created a layer because we want to edit the Lambda code on the fly and execute. If you don't want that, you can create a zip file and you can upload. In this case, if you want to make even a single line of change in the Lambda code, you have to again go back, change the code, and then create a zip file and upload, which is a very painful process. So I normally prefer the idea of creating a layer, and in this case, we created a SageMaker layer. I think this summarizes what you can do in the future. Sure, I'll do that. So, any other questions? Okay, I will also put maybe in the notepad. I will also put the Git commands which we imported for the notebook instruction set. In the meantime, you can type your questions. Please always be careful with the instances you choose, and please remember the free tier limits. Please use a billing alarm so that you get notifications, etc. Okay, so I will put this in the chat window. I think there is a limit.
Maybe
Probably I'll share it in the WhatsApp.
Yeah, share it through WhatsApp as a file attachment. Otherwise, it will get clustered.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that. Maybe after the session gets over, I'll do that. So, what other questions team has? As all of you have free tier right now, your free tier limits would have started now. Please remember you have only 2 months. So I would encourage you to try more. The Git samples are there. There are plethora of repositories of Git samples. You should try all those things.
Should we stop the service before at the end of this workshop so that it's not charging the card?
Yes. Thank you so much. Let's we will do it now itself all together. Let's do that. So see, even all the storages, everything will be incurring money. So let's go to these should not incur any money, but you can always do a cleanup anyway. I don't know why. Okay, because it got completed, right? It's okay. If you don't want models, you can delete them. So in the actions, you can say delete.
No, don't want to delete, because we want to see for practice, but just suspend or halt.
Yeah, suspend or halt will do the notebook. Okay, fine. But please remember, this will also cost some money, very meager money, because all these things are in the storage, right? But mostly it should not cost a lot, maybe $0.01 or something like that. So we'll not do any of those things. Okay. But remember, if you have
start deleting it, let's check if anybody has questions left. Are we done? Everybody's questions are done?
Questions, let me go back. Lambda function dot py changes what we have to make. Okay, do you want me to repeat again? Maybe I think I will take this question offline with the questionnaire. I can help him separately. Post 2 months, how much will it cost? So that is where I told, right? You can go to the costing page of the each service, and also remember, even for the post for the current 2 months, there is a quota, right? Which we saw with the AWS free tier quota. So let me take it back again. Just type AWS free tier. So let's take SageMaker, which is in a trial offer. You are only entitled for these things, not anything else. So even within the first 2 months, there is something else also that will cost you if you use a different instance, if you exceed a limit, if you use S3 bucket for a lot more data, etc. And if you want to know how much each of these things cost, you can just Google, let us say, SageMaker instance cost. So I think we discussed this in the morning session. What you have to do is that you have to choose the region, in which region you are creating your instance, and then for which process you are doing. Are you going to building in the sense, are you using Jupyter Notebook? Are you doing any processing, the pre-processing job? Are you doing training or deployment? So first choose the region, then choose the phase. Let us say that we are doing a training. Okay, training. Then the instance cost, the price will be there. For all the services in AWS, the cost is very clearly tabulated. So you have to find this by Googling, or in your dashboard page, go to billing or somewhere, you can get all the information. It is very clearly mentioned. Yeah, we'll do that definitely. What are the things we have to clear, I'll tell you. So before that clearing, are there any other questions? Dynamo, can you give some idea? It is out of context, but I can tell you briefly. See, DynamoDB is a NoSQL database. It is a NoSQL database service provided by Amazon. It gives very quick responses. Say, for example, you can even do 80,000 reads per second or 80,000 writes per second, etc. DynamoDB is really very quick, and if you plan your schema properly, you can get best benefits out of DynamoDB. It's just a NoSQL database. You can DynamoDB can be used either as a key value database or as a document database. Both are possible. And calling to DynamoDB is very easy. Just to use a Boto call, and then you can talk to DynamoDB. In Amazon, all the resources have an equivalent Boto call. Boto API is a Python API that is provided by Amazon to talk to the resources. Maybe until someone has a question, I think I will answer one of the questions. For changes to be made in Lambda function, copy paste the Lambda code to the Lambda function. You create a layer, save it, and then you give the JSON file. You are good to go.
Okay, Mohan, can we, I guess no more questions. So maybe we should go through now process of stopping the services.
Definitely, we'll do that now. Okay. Okay, there is a question, how do I make sure the storage resources, yeah, which we'll do now, which I'll go through. See, there are two options. One is that whatever we did today, you can stop and you can get bigger expenses, or you can clear up everything. I'll tell both the things. It's up to you what you want to do. In the SageMaker console, go to models. If you want to delete the model, you can delete it. You can select your model and you can delete it. This is the first thing. Okay. Then you go to your notebook instance in the SageMaker dashboard. For you, there will be only one notebook which is in service. Okay. So you can stop it. Before stopping, you have to close. For a cleaner exit, close all your Python notebooks and all. But even without that, you can do it. No problems. I typically close all my windows. I say shut down my terminal. I say shut down my notebook. But even without this, there is no issue. You can still. So let's go back. You click on this and you can say actions stop. And once you have stopped it, I'm going to do a stop now. Otherwise, it will incur some expense, right? Although by my free tier, I have 250 hours. But still, why? Even though I have 250 hours, why should I keep the resource running, right? I can say stop. So once it is completed, it will say stopped. If it is stopped, you have another option, like you can delete if you want to. It is up to you. You can either delete it or keep it. If you don't delete it, probably some storage expenses may come into picture later, but that will be very meager. It will not be too much. It's up to you whether you want to delete it or keep it with you. Okay. So if you want to delete it, you can do it after stopping is completed. So this is with respect to SageMaker. And remember, whenever you deploy a live endpoint, which we did not do today, please always remember to delete the endpoint after your experiment is done, because endpoints are very costly, right? So please remember. So now SageMaker is done. Let's go to S3. So we created a bucket, or it was created automatically. The Lambda layer is there, some TensorFlow models are saved here, the data, the output, everything is saved here. You can delete one by one. You can say actions You can say delete. If you want to, you can delete all the things, and then you can also delete your entire bucket also you can delete. It's up to you. So we have done these two things. Next we go to Lambda. So you have a function. You can delete the function here. In Lambda, you just choose the function, actions, delete if you want to. See, this 947 bytes and all is not going to incur anything, but if you want, you can clean up all these things. So after this, we can go to IAM. Roles. So you have a couple of roles. You can delete them, but remember, if you delete the SageMaker execution role, see, these and all will not cost any money. So you can keep them as it is. But if you want to do a complete cleanup, you can do. But if you remove the SageMaker role, remember your notebook is of no use. Because to execute the notebook, you need a role. If you delete the role and you keep the notebook, next time when you start the notebook, you have to create a new role. Remember that. So I think this is with respect to the cleanups then. So I'll also put cleanup. Models if you want to use delete. S3 bucket if you want to. So and then Lambda if you want to. Notebooks, please close because it will incur money. Please close and delete if you want to. Delete after stopping. Please close in the sense, please stop. And delete after stopping. So IAM roles. Delete if you want to. So these are the cleanups for our work that we did today. You should be able to delete the Lambda layer if you can delete the Lambda function first. Because the Lambda function is using a Lambda layer, right? So there is a dependency, right? First delete the Lambda function, then you can delete the Lambda layer.
I mean, maybe audience wants to keep it for a few days to review what we did today.
Yes. Ideally, they can keep everything. There is not much of a cost. So if you want to keep everything, please stop the notebook. That is the only important thing you have to do. You don't need to do any of these things.
Because if we delete everything and we have nothing to review tomorrow.
Correct, right. So I would suggest you are not going to incur any cost, maybe very less cost for S3 storage and also don't worry about it. Just stop the notebook. That's it. That is the most important thing you should do. The rest of the things will not take much of cost. S3 bucket, unless until you have more than 5 GB data, it will not cost much. And you know the way to stop the notebook, right? Go to SageMaker dashboard. Click on notebook instance. So in my case, the notebook is already stopped. If not, select it. And in the actions, stop will be enabled. Click on stop. That's it. So I will send all these things in WhatsApp. I hope you enjoyed the session. So maybe sometime this week, I will add a LinkedIn post where I'll refer all of you, please give your comments so that it will be useful for me to understand how the session was.
I think S3 you said will be charges will be nominal, so no need to delete it, right?
Yeah, no need to delete. Until you have 5 GB, you don't need to even worry about it.
Okay.
And I don't think right now we have exceeded the 5 GB limit. I don't think so. Yeah, the video will be shared. I think you will be getting it. You can contact Vivek for the same.
Yeah, the recording will be available for our members. Yes. So Mohan, are we done?
Yeah, we are done. If there are no more questions, and thanks everyone for your time. I hope you enjoyed it. Today we had to take more time because we started everything from scratch, right? So that's why we had to do. I hope if we have another session, it will be even more easier for us to navigate. Thank you so much for all of your time. I enjoyed the session. I hope you also enjoyed the session.
Thank you so much, Mohan. You have been speaking since morning. So very huge engagement indeed. Thank you, really. Thank you very much.
Welcome, Vivek. Yeah.
So we got a fantastic overview of AWS and Lambda and SageMaker and so on. So I think it allows us to do a lot of things from here ourselves also. And look forward to a lot many more sessions from you. But yes, it takes a lot of your energy and time. So we'll talk. Uh, so lots of thanks notes are coming on the messages. Thank you all audience for attending and enjoying the session.